All right, online, those in the classroom are working on their field notes this week. Again, field notes this week will take you a little bit longer than typical, so make sure to put that into your schedule. You are online doing Proverbs, yes, sorry, 1 through 5 is what you should be working on online. Do that. Let me just say something very quickly to those of you online. When you are online, it is like you're in school, so your book should be filled in. So when I'm giving you these answers, they should be in your books. I have a feeling if I check most of your books, there is nothing written in. That means you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. So make sure if you are going to do the distance learning thing, that you're actually doing the distance learning thing. All right, I just want to make sure that you guys understand what is expected of you, what you should be doing. And again, let me say, many of us are taking zeros right now. We're not turning in our work. And if you don't turn in your work, you had till the end of the day yesterday to turn in the quizzes, and many of us did not turn everything in, so we took a 0 on that. That's your responsibility. Make sure that you get that into me. Again, I understand it's a little bit harder because you're at home. You're not sitting right here in the classroom. I'm not giving you the quiz on Friday morning, but you have to make sure that everything gets turned in. Very, very important. If you don't turn it in, I have to give you a 0. And I do not believe that it is fair for me just to say, hey, turn it in whenever you want to, because everybody else in class has to have it in by a certain time. And I believe that's only fair that you would have to have it in by a certain time. So if there is an issue, you need to let me know. You need to, I'm going to leave today, this week there's nothing for you to pick up. I'll leave. Last week the quiz was up there Thursday, and it was there Thursday, Friday, and then you could have picked it up yesterday. And so you have to come in, you've got to pick up those things. Again, there's some responsibilities that you have as far as doing the distance learning. So please make sure that you get those done. Very, very important. I know it's harder. You know, you're at home. I understand right now you are tempted to turn on other things. You've got this on one device, and there's another device sitting right next to you that you're tempted to get out and do other things with. That's not what you're supposed to be doing. Make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, that you're being responsible as you are doing the distance learning. So this week, you have your verse quiz, Proverbs 3, 5, and 6. You have your field notes. And again, if you have questions on those field notes, email me, and I can respond back to those questions that you might have on your field notes. It's much different than what we typically do. So right here, we had some good questions in the group here, but if you have one, please do let me know so that we can take a look at it, okay? All right, yes, already done. Can you bring that up there? All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to watch a quick video. I like these ones. I think it helps us sort of understand a little bit better what these books of the Bible are all about. So this time we're going to watch the video, and after that's done, we'll continue on, all right?
Solomon's Book of Wisdom, which is in the middle of the books of wisdom. There's Psalms on worship, Job's on suffering, and now Proverbs on wisdom. Proverbs is a generational book of wisdom. In 1 Kings chapter 3, the Lord appeared to Solomon in a dream with an incredible offer. God says, ask what I shall give you. Solomon could have asked for wealth. He could have asked for victory in battle. He could have asked for a really long life, but he didn't. He asked for wisdom. And it pleased God. And God said to him, behold, I give you a wise and discerning mind, so that none like you has been before you, and none like you shall arise after you. God's like, you'll be the wisest man of all time. The woat. Solomon's the woat. And this is where the book of Proverbs comes from. The lifetime realization of that promise from God in a dream. Each proverb is a pearl of wisdom. It's incredibly dense. The whole book is like a treasure chest of pearls. It's a large amount of wisdom. And Proverbs honestly does us a bit of a solid by giving us its own mission statement right off the top. It says right at the beginning of chapter 1, to know wisdom and instruction, to receive instruction in wise dealing, to understand words of insight in righteousness, justice, and equity, to give prudence to the simple, knowledge and direction to the youth. Okay, so we know what the book is about. Here's how the book can be divided up. Part 1, chapters 1 through 9, the difference between wisdom and folly. Part 2, chapters 10 through 29, an anthology of Proverbs. And Part 3, chapter 30 and 31, climax and payoff. Part 1 is a fatherly collection of letters, notes, wisdoms, speeches, and poems to his son, the father's greatest desire being that the son would be wise. Whether Solomon wrote to Rehoboam, his son, or as a general father to all sons, doesn't really matter. What we have is timeless wisdom. There are sections on listening to the wisdom of your father and mother, 1, 8, and 9. Forget not your mother's teaching. They're a graceful garland for your head. The general value of wisdom, 3, 13, and 14. Blessed is the one who finds wisdom. The gain from her is better than silver. The wisdom of avoiding sexual sin, 5, 3, and 4. The lips of a forbidden woman drip honey, but in the end she's as bitter as wormwood and sharp as a two-edged sword. There's also proverbs about wise use of money, being a good neighbor, the foolishness of laziness, the character of God, the comparison of wisdom versus folly. Chapters 1 through 9 are just packed with fatherly wisdom and beautiful poetry. Then in the second part, chapters 20 through 29 are the tweet-length pearls of wisdom that most people think of when they think of the Proverbs. They cover a lot of the same topics as the first section, but here they're mostly one verse in length. It's like they're trying to jam as much wisdom as they can into one short sentence. A lot of the classic proverbs live here, like 14:12. There's a way that seems right to a man, but his way is the end of death. 27:17. As iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another. 17:22. A joyful heart's good medicine, but a crushed spirit dries up the bones. 16:3. Commit your work to the Lord, and your plans will be established. 15:1. A soft answer turns away wrath, but harsh words stir up anger. There's also a lot of lesser-known proverbs, like 10:20. The tongue of the righteous is choice silver. The heart of the wicked is of little worth. 11:30. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life. 12:17. Better is a dinner of herbs where love is than a fattened ox and hatred with it. 21:1. The king's heart is a stream of water in the hand of the Lord. 27:8. Oil and perfume make the heart glad, and the sweetness of a friend comes from his earnest counsel. There's proverbs on raising children, like 13:24, which says, whoever spares the rod hates his son, but he who loves him is diligent to discipline him. And to prove that, I've brought my son Ezra. He's just done something bad. I'm going to spank him. No, just kidding. There's also proverbs on friendship, 17:17. A friend loves at all times, and a brother is born for adversity. There are proverbs on wise use of money and tithing, like 3:9 and 10. Honor the Lord with your wealth and with the first fruits of all your produce, and your barns will be filled with plenty, and your vats will be bursting with wine. There's even proverbs about animals. 6:6 says, go to the ant, O sluggard, consider her ways and be wise. There's proverbs that sum up our whole view of the Bible. 35 says, every word of God proves true. He is a shield for those who take refuge in him. Remember the last piece of the narrative of Scripture, the Bible is God's Word. There it is, right there. You should search this book on your own. You could spend 100 hours reading Proverbs and not even get to the bottom of the wisdom here. Just a disclaimer, don't read it like you'd read John or Philippians. Just read a couple a day. Let them soak into your heart. Let the wisdom of Solomon, God's wisdom, be integrated into your life. This is big stuff, and it takes a lifetime to understand all its implications, so just give yourself a minute, okay? This is what we're learning from the books of wisdom. Job on suffering, Psalms on worship, Proverbs on wisdom, and soon Ecclesiastes on purpose and Song of Solomon on marriage. These are the biggest subjects that life has to offer, and God is giving us manuals on how to handle them. Proverbs is God's maxims, God's aphorisms, God's mottos, God's adages. Then the climax of the book, part 3, chapter 30, contains the promise of Jesus through an oracle from a man named Agur. It says, I haven't learned wisdom, nor have I knowledge of the Holy One. Who's ascended to heaven and come down? Who has gathered the wind in his fists? Who has wrapped up the waters in a garment? Who's established all the ends of the earth? What's his name, and what's his son's name? Surely you know. Of course we do. This is a prophecy about Jesus. What a strange, beautiful oracle at the climax of a collection of wisdom. It's like they put Jesus at the top of a pyramid of pearls. Oh, and one more thing. The final chapter is about marriage. All throughout Proverbs, there is so much on not choosing the wrong, lustful woman, and here's the answer. Proverbs 31 contains the ultimate act of wisdom for a man, choosing a wise wife. Written from a mother to a son named Lemuel, who's said to be king. A lot of scholars think that Lemuel is a nickname for Solomon, and then this would have it be written from Bathsheba to her son. Either way, it's a meditation on choosing the right woman. Verse 10 says, an excellent wife, who can find? She's far more precious than jewels. Verse 11 says, the heart of her husband trusts in her. Verse 17, she dresses herself with strength. Verse 20, she opens her hand to the poor. Verse 28, her children rise up and call her blessed. That's awesome. It reminds me of my wife, Bree. We learn in 1 Kings 4 that Solomon wrote over 3,000 proverbs. Depending on how you count here, we've got about 350 of them. These are the ways to live as a wise follower of Jesus. I wish we had all 3,000. Maybe when we get to heaven, we can read the director's cut version. Maybe Solomon will read it with us. The book of Proverbs as a whole is about wisdom. It answers the question, how do I live? We live with God's wisdom. God created, man fell, Jesus promised, Jesus fulfilled, Jesus followed, Jesus returning, and the Bible is God's word.
All right, guys. So again, just want to take some time when we look at these, hopefully to help break them down. Again, we've talked about how Proverbs has so much wisdom for each and every one of us each day, and it went through some of those. Go to the ant, thou sluggard. What is that talking about? We need to be busy. Sometimes people look at work and we look at work as a bad thing. Work is not a bad thing. In fact, you will probably be working in heaven. Maybe not what you wanted to hear, right? Make sure your hoods are down. But when God created the Garden of Eden, didn't he have some things that he told Adam to do? Sin hadn't entered into the world. Sometimes we think work is because of sin, but that's not the case. We see that. It talks about money. Man, money is such a big thing that you have to learn how to be careful with money. Is money evil? 1 Timothy 6 says, for the love of money is the root of all evil. Does that mean money is evil? No. What is evil? The love of money. When money is what you desire more than anything else, now it becomes an issue. But money's not evil. In fact, you're sort of going to need some. I mean, it's tough to live in this world with no money. You need money, but you need to know how do you should control your money, not your money control you. And a lot of people are controlled by their money. One of the things you guys will have to deal with sometime soon, make sure everyone's sitting up here, okay, is you're going to have to deal with college. Do you realize how much debt people are in going to college? You've got to make wise decisions with money, or it can really, it can harm you. It talked about marriage in there a little bit. Marriage is one of the most important decisions that you will ever make, because that is the person. When God created a marriage, is one man, one woman for one lifetime. That is what marriage is. So if I'm going to make that decision, I've got to make sure the person I get married to is the right person. And that's a big deal. And there's wisdom in there. I've already given you guys sort of how can we do this? And this is something I would challenge you to do. In fact, just from doing this study, I'm going to start doing this every single night again, is read one proverb a day. Just read one. And take one verse out of there, one proverb that will help you. There's so much in there. You guys are reading some of them now, maybe for the first time. Maybe you've never really read a chapter in the book of Proverbs, but now you're doing it and you're searching for something. But for each and every one of us, it doesn't matter if you are, I don't know, what do we got, 12, 13, 14? I believe those are probably the ages we have represented in this room. Or if you are as old as me at 33, near the end of life. It doesn't matter how old you are. It just matters that there's wisdom there for you today. So many people are like, I don't know what to do. Let's go to God, because what will wisdom do for me? And we gave these to you at the end. We're going to talk about them now. Open up your books to, I think it's 138. I noticed earlier this lesson that I'm on maybe a different page than you are. So if I am, I apologize. You should see this little chart. Is it on 138? Is it there? Okay, good. All right, I know sometimes there was one of them that I told you was on a page, and then I found out it was on a different page, so just want to make sure. Page 138, what will wisdom do for me? It keeps me, it guards me. Wisdom keeps you away from doing some stupid things. That is why you have to watch a 2-year-old very carefully. How many of you have ever had to watch a baby or something like that? You know, one of the worst times for me with babies, and maybe some of you have had one at your house, is when they're just starting to crawl. That's a tough time. Anybody know why that's a tough time? Maybe you've had a little baby around the house. Jose, why would you say? You turn around for 1 second, they're gone. And they do that when they're walking. I would much rather have them walking, and let me tell you why. Because you know when they're crawling, what do they see? Everything on the ground. And especially if you have other kids in the household, like they got Legos and all this stuff. What does a baby do with anything it gets? What does it do, Joey? It goes to the mouth. I mean, it doesn't matter what it is, it's going to its mouth. I've got to watch Austin right now because you know what he's trying to put in his mouth? The dog toys. That's not the best thing for him to be chewing on after the dog has just been chewing on that. But he doesn't know. Now for you, if you came over to my house, for most of you, I wouldn't worry about you chewing on the dog toys. A couple of you, I'd have to put them away just to be safe and make sure that you don't get tempted to. I wouldn't have to worry about that. Why? Why do I have to worry about that with my 6-month-old son, but you, I wouldn't have to worry about it? Cody? He doesn't understand it yet. We could say he doesn't have wisdom in this area. You're not going to do it. I'll give you another example, just dealing with dogs. My oldest son, I've told this story before, but he was little, and some of you, you've had little brothers and sisters. They've ever tried to act like they're your dogs or something like that? You ever had them do that, where they're acting like they're a dog and everything like that? And so Braden's acting like he's a dog, and just having a good old time. And I'm supposed to be watching him, which I was watching. Not maybe as closely as I should have been. But I look over, and you know where he's at? The dog's water. And you know what he's about to do? Go down and drink the dog's water. So I quickly had to, and you know what happened when I picked him up? He was mad at me. He's starting to cry because I pick him up and he can't drink the dog's water because that's what the dogs do. Now again, if you came over to my house, I'm not worried about you drinking the dog's water. I'm not, maybe eating the dog food, but not drinking the dog's water. I'm not worried about that because, again, you have a little bit more wisdom. So here's the thing. If I'm going to live for God, I need wisdom. Where do I go for wisdom? His Word. What is the book of wisdom He's put in His Word is the book of Proverbs. So when I get wisdom, it keeps me from some things. It guards me from some things. Right now, I'm not concerned about Braden going and drinking the dog's water. He's got a little bit more wisdom now. We need to be developing wisdom in our lives. Are we doing that? It exalts me. One of the wisdom parts about wisdom is the fact that we live in a day and age where we want to exalt ourselves. That's sort of one of the negatives about social media. Everybody is putting on there how great they are. Right? I did this. They play a sport game and they're putting their stats online right after the game, and they're taking selfies of themselves everywhere, trying to make themselves, they're trying to exalt themselves. When Proverbs says we shouldn't worry about exalting ourselves. We live for Him, He'll exalt us. It brings me honor, it crowns me. All of these are things that people are looking for. But unfortunately, most of them are looking for them the wrong way. And that's what we're going to get into in our next book. All right, our next book, What's Life All About? Wow. Big question. What is life all about? We come to the book of Ecclesiastes. Let me ask you this question. I want you to think about this. You guys are going to help me out for a second. There's a lot of different answers that somebody can give for this question. What is life all about? I'm going to give you some people, and I want you to think, if you were them, what do you think they might think that life is all about? Let's say a gambler. Somebody that is gambling. What might they say? If you were to ask them this question, what is life all about? What might be their answer, Brianna? Money. If I can just win this time, then I'll make enough money here. Money. What about a college professor? By the way, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with some of these professions. I'm just saying, what might they be tempted to answer with life is all about this? Well, what do you think, Joey? Learning. Knowledge. I'm going to keep learning and learning and learning. A doctor. What might you think a doctor might say? Hey, I asked a doctor, what is life all about, Bella? Saving lives. That's a good thing. I'm thankful for doctors. Saving lives. A factory worker. Somebody just has a 9-to-5 job. They go in every day. What might they say life is all about? What, Jose? What is it? Work, making a living. And I've got to make a living to support my family. That's a good thing. What about the president of a massive worldwide corporation? This is the president of, throw out a corporation, Coca-Cola, or the president of Disney, or something like that. We're talking about a major corporation. They're the president. What do you think they might respond with if you ask them, what is life all about? Yes. Keeping the business well. Keep making more money. Those presidents right now are struggling. Disney, losing millions and millions. That's their goal. What about a scientist? Scientist. What do you think they might be tempted to answer with life is all about this? Joey? Science. Maybe they're trying to experiment on something, or they're trying to find the answer to something. They're living their lives for this. What about a pro athlete? A pro athlete. What might they be tempted to live their lives for? Brianna? Their sport. They want to win. And I want to win the Super Bowl. I want to be an NBA champion. Now let me ask you a question. Are all those goals wrong? Is it wrong for a doctor to say, I want to save lives? No. Is it wrong for a factory worker, a worker to say, I want to provide for my family? No. They should want to. Is it wrong for a pro athlete to say, I want to win a championship? No. None of these things are inherently wrong. Here's what's wrong. When you live your life for those things. Open up your Bibles to the book of Ecclesiastes. And as we get to Ecclesiastes, I'm going to let the author of the book of Ecclesiastes, which is Solomon, introduce his book for him. Because this is what he says in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter number 1. I want everybody to get there. Ecclesiastes chapter 1. We're going to spend some time reading right here. So get there. I'm just going to call your name. You're going to read the next verse. Okay? Proverbs chapter 1. Everybody there. Proverbs chapter 1. If I call your name, you read one verse, and then we're going to read through 11 of them. I want you to follow along as everybody's reading and listen carefully as we do this, okay? Let's see. Chase, can you start me out in verse number 1? Natalie, can you do verse 2 for me? Got it? What is vanity? We got to understand that word because we're going to see it quite a bit when we look in the book of Ecclesiastes. What would you say, hey, if I was to give a verse of or definition for this word vanity, it would be this. Anybody have an idea? Yeah, go ahead. Useless. Good. Meaningless. Useless, meaningless, I think are two great definitions we can use. All right, let's see here. Let's go ahead. Destiny, can you read verse 3?
What profit has a man of his labor which he taketh under the sun?
Okay. Jose, can you read verse 4? Chapter number 1. No, it's Ecclesiastes. Make sure we're following along. Aaron, read verse number 4 for me. Okay. Jason, can you do verse 5? Verse number 6. Cody, can you read that for me? Let's go. Brianna, can you read verse 7 for me? They return again. Verse number 8. Eric, can you read that for me? Okay. Jaden, can you read verse 9? Verse number 10. Can you read that for me, Hudson? There is no remembrance of former things, neither shall there be any remembrance of things that are to come with those that shall come after. What is he saying in all this? By the way, let me give you this, because this will help us understand. What does Ecclesiastes means? It means the preacher, the teacher, or one who addresses the assembly. The preacher or teacher, one who addresses the assembly. That is already written in your notes there. Do me a favor, online, make sure to sign in for me if you are here. If you're here, go ahead and sign in for me there. The preacher, the author of this, is Solomon. Solomon. And I think verse number 2 that we just read really gives us an idea of what this is about. Verse number 2, the preacher, the author is Solomon. The preacher says, all things are vanity, meaningless. What does vanity or meaningless mean? It means empty, not lasting. Empty, not lasting. Guys, make sure you're writing in your notes here, okay? Everyone should be writing these in. I don't want to go to where I need to check your books every week to make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to in class. So let's just make sure that we're doing that, taking care of it. Everything is meaningless. Now, this is why it's important to understand who wrote this book. Give me some information. We've talked about him before, but when I say Solomon, give me some things that come to your mind. What comes to your mind when you think of Solomon? This is the author of this book. What are some things that come to your mind, Bella? He's very wealthy. In fact, everything that he wants, he can get. It's his. What else? Yes. He's famous. Do you understand when you read about Solomon that kings and queens would come from other countries just to see, is it true about him? That means they're talking about him everywhere. They want to come and just see, is this really true about you? Anybody think of anything else? When you think of Solomon, is there anything else comes to your mind, Joey? He's smart. I want you to think of this. What we just mentioned, okay, we mentioned when we went through the gambler, the professor, all of those things that they might desire in life, Solomon has accomplished. You want to live for money? Solomon's got more money than he knows, has any idea of what to do with. You want to live for fame? Solomon has more fame than you can imagine. You want to live for knowledge? He's the wisest man that ever lived. You want to live for the pleasures of this life? He has them. And what does he say in verse number 2? Look at it one more time. Vanity of vanities, saith the preacher. Vanity of vanities. All is vanity. Everything that I have is meaningless. That's what he's saying. He's got the wealth. He's got the popularity. He's got the knowledge. He's got the respect. He's got everything that so many times we get trapped into thinking, this is what you live your life for. Solomon has it. And what does he say? It's useless. It's useless. So we're going to look at that a little bit more tomorrow, all right? You guys can be dismissed. If you got any questions, let me know, and we will take a look at those. But you guys can be dismissed. Online, again, if you have any questions about your field notes, they are completely different this week. Make sure to let me know. Those need to be turned in on Friday, or by Monday, need to be done. Try to have them done by Friday there. But you guys are doing chapters 1 through 5, so make sure that you get those done, all right?
to start out our class today with your favorite issue, favorite thing to do. But what you got to realize is that these aren't that difficult, okay? So, ready? We're doing a quiz, reading quiz. So get a piece of paper and a pencil or a pen, whatever you want to write with. Got to make sure that you let me know how many you got right so I can give you credit for it, DLs. Okay? So, here we go. 11 questions today. Shh. No more talk. Just think and write. Yes, sir. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. No, I don't have candy. Shh. Quiet. Thank you, Cody. Shh. We're pointing that out. Appreciate it. You're taking this, right? You, yeah, yeah. Because you were part of the homework. Anybody not finished in here? Okay. Dale's just a few more minutes. Oh, man, I can't stop yelling today. Let me put it this way. Can you handle sitting back there? Am I going to have to stop and talk to you again about being to be quiet? If I'm going to have to stop and talk to you again, then you need to move back over here. It's your choice. Okay? Done? Done? Okay, anybody else not finished? Just okay, here we go.
I told you. All through, you did it right.
Okay. A wave with a white crest due to shallow water is called a breaker. Well, that's what we're going to find out. Okay, Micah. Okay, everybody please be quiet. Thank you. Micah. Erica. Cody. Jasmine. Natalie. Destiny. Jose? I'm sorry? Okay. Jason? Jaden? Emma? John? Hudson? Tyler? Eliana? Kayla? Joey? Joey. How many? Joey, how many? Elias? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, lesson 75, page 4 of your notes. Okay? Yes. Yes, that's what Cody was saying. Let's do a little bit of review before. What are large streams of ocean water that flow at or below the surface? Currents, ocean currents. Yes, ma'am. Didn't you? That's what the 10 minutes is for. We just started class.
What, playing volleyball?
Go. Go. Be quick. Okay. What are the large masses of water that flow horizontally along the surface of the ocean? No. Part of the answer is in the question. Aaron. No. No. Surface currents. Horizontally along the surface of the ocean. Therefore, we're on the top of the water. That's the surface. And we're talking about the movement of the water. That's currents. Okay. What is the circular motion of surface currents called? Okay. Gyres, or however you want to pronounce it. I call it gyres. What warm surface current originates off the tip of Florida, parallels the coast of North America up to the Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, and then sweeps across the North Atlantic towards Europe? That's the Gulf Stream. What are ocean currents that may also flow beneath the surface? Subsurface currents. Okay. What type of current occurs when mud or silt mixes with seawater? It deals with that, but that's not the answer. Turbidity current. What is the upward flowing current that is formed when a prevailing land breeze causes surface water to move away from the coast? Upwellings. Good. Okay. Start off with a closer look. Okay. El Nino. You've heard that term before. Okay. El Nino, a worldwide weather maker. Okay. Fishermen called the warm Pacific currents that flow southward, okay, along the coast of Ecuador, El Nino. Huh? El Nino? I don't know, to be honest. Honestly, I didn't even notice that until you said something. Probably Spanish version. Those that speak Spanish, is that like the Spanish version of it? No. No? Okay. So whenever you are having your warm breezes coming up from the south, okay, they basically classify it as the El Ninos. This current usually appears around Christmas time. Okay, number 3. Yep. Scientists refer to this massive warning and accompanying effects of the world's weather system as an El Nino Southern Oscillation, or ENSO. Okay. Oscillation is that movement, that circular motion. Okay. You have an oscillating fan. It's a fan that goes back and forth. Okay, in a circular type of motion. An oscillation current is one that is just going to circle around. Okay. Everybody done? Okay, everybody? Good. What? Okay. So, waves and their related phenomena. A wave. You gotta have a classification, you have to have a definition. Okay? A wave isn't just something that Chase does to somebody else. Okay? To a girl or somebody or someone he's familiar with. And Chase isn't even paying attention. He's kind of oblivious today. Okay. But a wave is just a rhythmic back and forth motion of water that transfers energy through the water. Okay? Have you ever been on a boat or out in the water? No, I says how many? Has everybody? Has anybody not? Let's go that. Maybe that'd be easier. Has anybody not been on a boat or out in the water? Okay? And felt the waves? Okay? Well, me and waves don't get along, let me put it that way. Okay? That's probably why I don't like going out on boats at all. I'm not a water person. Okay? Also, yeah, evidently I didn't think I would, but I do. Yes. I told you about my story, didn't I? Fishing boat? Huh? Yeah. Well, John heard it, so evidently if John heard it, everybody else heard it. Okay. Okay. Okay, the path of a wave. You have, first of all, or not the path, but the parts. You have what's called the crests. These are the highest points of a wave. Okay? So wherever it comes up, that's the crest. If you have the crest, what's the opposite? The trough. Okay? That's the low part, the depression of the water between the crests. Huh? No, it's not depressed. Okay? It's just it's trough. Okay? Okay, number 3. You have the height of a wave. That's that's the measure from the trough to the crest. You have a period. That's the length of time between one crest and the next. It's not the distance, it's the time that it takes one crest to reach another point. Okay? So crest A reaches point A or point B. Crest B reaches point B. By the time A and B reaches point B, then that's what we call the periods. How do waves form? The wave formation. They're caused by wind blowing along the surface of the water. Thus, on a calm day, there's no wave. Okay? Right, you two? Don't create waves in the classroom. Huh? So, not that this has anything to do with this lesson, but if they're needing couple therapy, you're saying that they're a couple?
There are a couple of people that hate each other.
Uh-huh. Okay. Is that true, Jasmine? It's not. Would you like me to get Mr. Moyer for the session? Yeah? I'll help you. Or I'll try and schedule it in my time if you want to. Okay. How is next Wednesday next at 3 o'clock? Next Wednesday at 3 o'clock? You have school. Huh? Yeah, we do. President's Day. You have the whole week off actually now. Okay, moving on. No, it's not a piglet, okay? We're moved. That's a cow, okay? Really? My goodness. Have you ever been part of a farm or been close to a farm? Heard a cow?
She can't tell the difference between a chicken and a goat.
Okay. Let's bring this back to the waves, okay? There's three factors that determine the size of a wave. First of all, you have the speed of the wind. Okay. That was a Mach 5 wind gust. Okay, yeah. I've been mocked 5 times, okay? So the speed of the wind. Number 2, the length of time the wind blows. Okay? So if it's just a brief breeze that comes through, there's probably not going to be a wave. But if the wind, like around here, is constantly blowing, then we would constantly have the waves occurring. And number 3, the expanse of the ocean waters over which the wind blows. Okay? So, you have
Okay, for those of you in distant learning, we are taking our spelling quiz. I just sent that over, so make sure that you are taking it. We will go over the dictation part in a second, but make sure that you guys are tuning in for our quiz today. If you don't have your quiz printed yet, you can just write 1 through 10 on a sheet of paper and then go back and fill it in later. But we should have some time. But right now, we are taking our vocab quiz, and then I'll make an announcement when I'm about to do the dictation part. Okay?
There's no paper.
Awesome. Okay, everyone look at the dictation part. Sorry guys about that. I thought I printed enough. He's not taking one. No, he just got here yesterday. Yes. Okay. Okay, everyone listening? Number 1 is turn, as in a sea bird. Turn as in a sea bird. Number 2 is faint, as in a fake attack. Faint, as in a fake attack. Number 3 is dough, as in a flour paste. Number 14 is a corps, as in military group. Corps, as in a military group. Okay, like the Marine Corps. Yes, Tyler. Okay. Number 5 is compliment, as in praise. 5 is compliment, as in praise. So you're giving someone a compliment. Number 6 is coarse, as in rough. 6 is coarse, as in rough. 7 is cord, as in a small rope. Cord, as in a small rope. 8 is censer, as in incense vessel. Censer, as in incense, so like fumes and stuff that people have. Incense vessel, something to carry that. Censer. Number 9 is canvas, as in a survey. Canvas, as in a survey. And then number 10 is berth, as in a place to sleep. Berth, as in a place to sleep. Okay, I'm going to go through these again. Make sure you have these. 1 is turn, as in a seabird. 2 is faint, as in fake attack. 3 is dough, as in flour paste. 4 is core, as in military group. 5 is compliment, as in praise. 6 is coarse, as in rough. 7 is cord, as in a small rope. 8 is censer, as in an incense vessel. 9 is canvas, as in a survey. 10 is berth, as in a place to sleep. Okay, you may turn it in once you are done. For those of you in distant learning, if you have missed one, go ahead and comment which number. I'll try and get that to you. Or maybe you can just rewind and watch the stream. But please turn in your quiz by the end of today, okay? By the end of today. Sorry. Let's see if my PowerPoint works today. It wasn't working earlier. Go ahead and take out your literature books. Jaden, put the drawing away before I throw it away. Because it was the same word, away. Okay, my adapter is not working. All right, again, so my adapter, I have to get a new one. Just listen to the notes as we go through them. Go ahead and turn to page 184. Okay, page 184. You want to note the author of the work Revelation. Revelation was written by Robert Frost. You want to know him. And just some things about Robert Frost. At the very bottom of your page, while everyone's still turning there, everyone should have their literature books open. Cody, put your book on your desk so I can see that you're open there. Okay. Robert Frost is an author to know. Just some things. He's considered to be the most outstanding poet of the 20th century. You want to know that about him. Considered to be the most outstanding American poet of the 20th century. That's in the description box with Robert Frost at the very bottom. Robert Frost is considered by many to be the most outstanding American poet of the 20th century. Although born in San Francisco, Frost is associated most with the New England countryside. And then just some other stuff about him in the bio. But go ahead and read at the top Revelation. Okay, Revelation on page 184. Let's look at the intro paragraph. Okay. You might hide a part of who you are from others in order to fit in or gain more friends, okay? Even if you probably want to admit it out loud, a lot of us have probably done that in our lifetime. We want to fit in with those around us. You might even have those around you fooled. But as 1 Samuel 16 verse 7 says, "For the Lord seeth not as man seeth, for man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Lord looketh on the heart." This verse teaches us that although you may be able to hide who you are from man, you can't hide from God, which is a fact that points to how important it is to have an honest relationship with Him. It is also interesting that you can improve your relationship with God in the same way that you can improve your relationship with those around you through communication and trust. The way that you choose to present yourself to others, whether honestly or not, will affect the relationships you build throughout your life. Read how Robert Frost emphasizes the importance of trust in every relationship. And that's so true. A lot of us really do want to fit in, so we sometimes put up this front that we could have. Maybe that we want people to think we're cooler than we actually are, or maybe we just want to fit in and be funny. But the Bible says that God looks on our heart, and everyone, obviously, I can only see the surface part of you. I can see Brianna has brown hair. I can see that Jose has a shirt, like a Nike shirt on, okay? Or a sweatshirt, whatever. But that's what men see. Only God knows the inner parts of your heart, and that's what's more important for us to work on, is who we are as human beings. So let's read this poem, and then we'll point out the theme of this work, okay? We make ourselves a place apart behind light words that tease and flout, but oh, the agitated heart till someone find us really out. 'Tis pity if the case require, or so we say, that in the end we speak the literal to inspire the understanding of a friend. But so with all, from babes that play at hide and seek to God afar, so all who hide too well away must speak and tell us where they are. So in that last stanza, we can't really know where someone is just by talking to them, and because sometimes they might not be real with us, but that's why it's important to be a true friend. So that is the theme of this, is true friendship, or the importance of true friendship, okay? And the importance of being someone real and someone genuine, because no one wants a fake friend. We want someone who is the real deal. We want to know someone. And it would be really sad if you guys went throughout this whole year of not really knowing somebody for who they really are because they put up a front for you. So that's the importance of this work. Revelation is the importance of true friendship, okay? And even though you don't know, I mean, I'm not putting your friends down or whatever, but you just work on yourself on being a true friend, okay? And then the problem will take care of themselves. Maybe you guys have a fake friend. You guys have been burned in the past by somebody. That doesn't really matter now. Just work on being you and work on being a true friend. And then if you're a true friend, that's what matters to God, okay? Or a true person on the inside. Tonight for homework, go ahead and read page 185 to, this is a longer story, so tonight would be page 185. Let me give 1 second to page 1. Did I make you guys read the whole thing? All right, well, let's break it up. Page 185 to 190. Okay, page 185 to 190. It's the adventures of the three students. If you notice, it's written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and we said this yesterday. He was the one who wrote and devised the famous detective Sherlock Holmes. So this is another story that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle wrote. So with Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson and all that, so read page 185 to 190. We'll break it up because it is a longer book. Yes. Not in Revelation. Okay. Not in Revelation, just in, if you guys missed it, the open window yesterday, you needed to know romance at short notice was her specialty. Jaden, please sit up. On page 183. Okay, at the very last sentence, that's a line to know. Romance at short notice was her specialty. Yes, Emma? You just need to know him. Okay? And that he's considered to be one of the most outstanding American poet, but that's all in your book. Okay? So tonight, 185 to 190. All right, go ahead and put that away. Take out your grammar books. You did not have grammar homework tonight, or last night. But tonight, go ahead and turn to page number, let's do 99. In the green book, also page number, I believe it is 115, but let me see. Oh yeah, 115 in the blue book, page 99 in the green book. Just some review of what a noun is. What does a noun do? What does it name, class? Person, place, thing, or idea. Okay, so those are all nouns. What is a kind of noun where two or more words are used as a single noun? Good, a compound noun. And then what is a kind of noun that names a group, even if it's in singular form, class? Good, it is a collective noun. So team, herd, family, those are a bunch of people in one unit of a family. Okay, do you have a question? Okay. On page 100, go ahead and turn over in the green book, and then page 116, let's look at common and proper nouns, okay? Common and proper nouns. A common noun is a person, place, thing, or idea, but it doesn't say a particular one. So that would be desk, chair, boy, girl, window, book. Okay, those are common nouns. Refrigerator doesn't name a specific thing. If you see a proper noun, number 2, a proper noun names a particular person, place, thing, or idea, and it always begins with a capital letter. So a common noun would be girl. Proper noun would be Jaden. It's naming her. Okay, that's a proper noun. Same thing. Common noun would be city. Okay, a proper noun would be Banning. All right, so common nouns, they don't name specific things, they just name a person, place, thing, or idea. Proper nouns, they give nouns a name. Okay, that's pretty self-explanatory. Let's do exercise A together. Exercise A. For each of the common nouns below, write a proper noun naming a person, place, or thing. Okay, so this one is completely up to you. Name a proper noun. Okay, so it gives you a common noun of number 1, prophet. So you would name someone in the Bible who is a prophet. Class, who can raise your hand and tell me someone in the Bible? Aaron? What was it? John. Okay, John is the proper noun. Okay, so you're going to go through these naming proper nouns. Go ahead and work on exercise A. Elias or Elias? Elias. I'll get you a copy of the grammar book after this class. Okay, number 2, who has a proper name for a park? Brianna? Okay, Noble Creek. Good. What about a bridge? Who has a bridge? Joey? Golden Gate Bridge? Good. Not Golden State, Golden Gate Bridge. Good. Number 3, planet. Give me a proper name of a planet. Let's go with Aaron. Yes, that would be a proper name, proper noun. Okay. Number 4, an island. Give me a name for an island. Cody. St. John's. Good. Anybody else? Well, technically, yes, but whatever. No. Okay. Ari, Galapagos Islands. Number 5, a newspaper. Who has that one? John? New York Times. Micah? What? Oh, okay. Number 6, a book. Title of a book. Emma? Nancy Drew. Anybody else? Ari? What? Okay. It is Tyler. Okay, Frozen the book. Make sure that you have the word book and Frozen capitalized. Okay, number 7, a continent. Bella. Continent. Okay, South America. Number 8, explorer. That actually would be a proper noun. Joey? Words like Marco Polo. Shh. Okay, Marco Polo. That would be an explorer. Number 9, an emperor. Oh no, Ari. Shh. Cusco. What about a king? Shh. Brianna? Shh. What was it? Okay, King Solomon. Does anybody have a team? Their favorite team, Erica? What did you put? Any teams? The Saints, the Lakers, or the Dodgers? Okay, so all of those are proper nouns. Okay, let's look at exercise B. In the following paragraph, underline all the common nouns, circle all the proper nouns. And what's the one thing that tells us that something is a proper noun, class? It is a capital letter. Okay, a capital letter tells us if it's proper or common. Okay, go ahead and work on the paragraph exercise B. Actually, that would be for homework tonight, so I would get it done in class. Yes, exercise B. Page 100 in the green book, 116 in the blue book. Shh. Exercise B. Cody, work on your homework. Yes, Bella.
On 116, when it says we toured the Jamestown settlement, is Jamestown part of the settlement or describing?
That would be used as a adjective there. Technically, that would be a proper adjective, but settlement is the noun there. Okay, here's the first sentence. Mountains and music, castles and chalets, Vienna and the beautiful blue Danube. All these things and many more wonders can be found in beautiful Austria. Let's start with that. Aaron, what did you underline or circle? Did you say Danube? Danube. There's one more thing that you missed. All these things would be underlined as well. So he said mountains, music, castles, chalets, Vienna, Danube, things, wonders. You would circle Australia. So circle Vienna, circle Danube, and circle Austria. Okay? A landlocked alpine country between Eastern Europe and Western Europe. Who has that one? John, what did you circle and underline? Okay. Alpine in this case is an adjective. It's saying which country, the alpine country. So I would just underline country, circle Eastern Europe, and circle Western Europe. Good. The landscape is extremely mountainous. Various highland regions, including the Tyrol and Torn Alps. Let's go over that one. Natalie, what did you do there? I don't know. Good. Okay. Underline landscape, underline region, circle Tyrol, circle Tauern Alps, and underline country, the southwestern 2/3 of the country. Okay? The Danube River flows through northern Austria. Let's look at that one, Jose. The Danube River flows through northern Austria. What did you do there? Good. Okay. And? Good. What about and the country borders 2 large lakes? Not borders. I would underline country and then I would underline lakes. Okay? I would circle Danube River, circle Austria, underline country because borders is my verb, the country borders. And then 2 large lakes, I would underline lakes. That's a noun. And just to get through this, circle Lake Constance, circle Switzerland, circle Germany, circle Lake Neusiedler, underline border, circle Austria, and circle Hungary. Okay, let's look at exercise B in the blue book. On our trip to Washington, D.C., we saw many interesting sights. Who has this one? Joey, what did you circle or underline? Good. I would just underline sights. Interesting is an adjective describing it, but I would also underline the word trip. Okay? Who was the second one? Before we reached our primary destination, we toured the Jamestown settlement in Colonial Williamsburg in Virginia. Ari? Good. 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 Okay, I would underline destination, underline settlement, circle Williamsburg. Actually, I would circle Colonial and Williamsburg because it's the title of the place. Because Williamsburg is a city, but then Colonial Williamsburg is what they toured. Okay? Then I would also circle Virginia. Okay? Yes. Because it's describing what kind of settlement. Jamestown is still proper because it's the title of a city. But in this case, it's talking about which settlement, the Jamestown settlement. Okay? If it was called the Jamestown settlement, then Jamestown and settlement would both be capitalized. Okay? We decided to stay in Alexandria, Virginia, and drive into our nation's capital each day to do sightseeing. Bella? Okay, we're not doing pronouns in this one quite yet. But yes, circle Alexandria, Virginia. What else would I underline? Good. Capital Day sightseeing. Okay. The presidential memorials of Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, and George Washington were very beautiful. Jasmine? That's it. Okay. Underline memorials, circle Thomas Jefferson, circle Abraham Lincoln, circle George Washington. The various branches of the Smithsonian Institution offer the opportunity to gain up-to-date as well as historical knowledge. Let's go with Cheyenne. What did you circle or underline? Smithsonian Institution. Not gain. Did you say underline gain? Not gain, okay? To gain is actually a verb or an infinitive, but I would underline knowledge. I would also underline the word branches, okay? A visit to the chambers of the Senate and the House of Representatives in the Capitol gave us a better understanding of our government. Let's go with destiny. Do you have anything underlined or circled there? Good. Good. I wouldn't underline it, but I would circle it since it's capitalized. Good. Representatives? I would circle that one as well, but I would circle House of Representatives. Good. Awesome. Okay. Visit is underlined. Chambers is underlined. Senate, House of Representatives, Capitol are all circled. Understanding is underlined. Government is underlined. Okay? And then I'm just going to get through these. On our way is underlined. Way is underlined. Stop is underlined. Number is underlined. Embassies is underlined. Pennsylvania Avenue is circled. White House is circled. Tour is underlined. Portion is underlined. Home is underlined. Car is underlined. Washington, D.C. is circled. Memories is underlined. City is underlined. Okay? So we just did exercise B for homework. So good. So no grammar homework tonight. But then also tonight, just make sure that you read the story and then start list 14, your vocab and your definitions 1 through 5 twice. So take out your vocab real quick. Joey, Kayla, Eliana, and Elias, I will make copies for you guys right after this class with the new list, but make sure you just listen really quick with our new list. List 14, page number 36, okay? Page 36, I'm going to say the word, you say the definition, okay? Jose, open your book. Everyone should be turned to page 36, okay? Number 1, complacent. Okay, that's obliging, not obliging. Obliging, agreeable, willing to please. Joey, sit down. We're not done yet. Number 2, deficiency. Okay, that one is inadequacy, shortcoming. Number 3, disfigure, ruin the appearance of. Number 4, entrench, dig in, fortify, establish. Number 5, excavate, scoop or hollow out. Number 6, execute, do, carry out, accomplish. Number 7, posterity, succeeding generations, descendants. Number 8, procure, get, acquire. Number 9, propriety, correctness of behavior or morals. Number 10, unrelenting, not slackening. Normally I would just say not slacking, but this says not slackening. So tonight write 1 through 5 twice. Okay, are there any questions? All right, you guys are dismissed.
All right, welcome to Pre-Algebra. We're going to get started. We're on page 193, Again, a reminder to make sure that your 5.1 homework is turned in on Google Classroom if you haven't yet already. Those of you here, you can turn it in person if needed. But we're on 5.2 on page 193. We're going to discuss a concept today that gets thrown around a lot, but that's often misunderstood, okay? And so, especially in higher math. So we're going to go through and explain what we mean by these many different scenarios. If I ever forget the screen, just someone raise your hand and tell me. Okay? And so the first one is equals. Okay? And when we're dealing with equals in a shape, it means something different than when we say equals in equation. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Okay? So we're going to start out with the equals symbol here. Okay? And so this, in geometry, the word equals means equal areas. Okay? It means they cut off the same amount of space, the same land mass, if you will. Okay? And so when we see equals, this is not in your book. This is me putting all the pieces together, and then I'm going to dissect it. Okay? So this is me putting all the pieces together. This is not in your book. Pay attention to the screen. So equals in geometry means you have equal areas. So it is perfectly valid and fine for a triangle to equal a square or equal a circle. Does that make sense? As long as you're cutting off the exact same amount of space by whatever shape the fence is, you're fine. Does that make sense? So equal areas. Then there exists a concept called similar. We'll get more into this later today, but that's represented by the tilde. I have a problem drawing the thing, so, okay, the little accent on the end sometimes in Spanish. You guys know what I'm talking about, tilde? Okay, if you don't know the name for it, not trying to be rude there. It's just everyone knows what I mean when I say that. So this means similar. This means same shape. Okay? And so in geometry, we have to come up with something. Well, we can't just say two shapes are equal because they might not even be the same shape. We can't just say two shapes have the same shape because they might have different areas. Does that make sense? And so if we want to say two shapes are exactly the same, we use the term congruent. Which means they are similar and they are equal. They have the same shape with the same area. Okay? That's what the symbol means. So we're going to talk about congruent here in just a minute. But in my experience, it's a lot more helpful if I go through this first and explain the different parts of the sign and why we need its own sign. Okay? So does that make sense why we don't just use equals? Okay? Does it make sense where all the pieces of that sign come from? Okay. There are variations on this. I'm not getting into it. Okay? But first things first, if two shapes are congruent, they can be made to match exactly throughout. So if I put the blue triangle on the yellow triangle, we get a green triangle because that's how colors work. Also, there's no like gaps and like everything fits perfectly. Okay, that's what we mean when we say congruent. That is the actual definition of congruent, is that if I put one on top of the other one disappears basically because it's perfectly lined up. Okay, I can't see the lines through it or anything along those lines. Whoever's clicking a pen, please stop. Okay, you should be using a pencil in here anyway. Okay, apparently I punned. All right. The parts of these polygons that are in matching positions are called corresponding parts of the polygon. Real quick, just a couple terms. First of all, this piece here would correspond to this piece here. So when we say corresponding parts, that's what we mean, is if you look at the same piece of both triangles, it's the same length, everything. Does that make sense? Okay? Now, you may have noticed already this tick mark on A, B, and C, right? In the second one. That's read as prime, okay? It has nothing to do with it being a prime number, okay? It just means not A, okay? It's A and then there's A prime. In other words, like A but different, okay? And a lot of times we use it in mathematics to indicate where the corresponding piece is, but indicate that it's still a different point, okay? So you have A and it corresponds to A prime, B corresponds to B prime, C corresponds to C prime, okay? That's the idea. And when you overlay them, they match exactly. That's the idea. Okay? Prime does often get used. We could just as easily use DEF instead of prime. Okay? Because they're different points. But the whole reason for the prime is to make it more obvious what's happening. Okay? We're not just being weird. For polygons to be congruent, all corresponding sides must be equal and all corresponding angles must be equal. Otherwise, it's not going to line up, right? If one line's longer than another line, it's going to be different. If one angle is different, then they're going to obviously not line up. So everything has to match perfectly for it to be congruent. So you'll notice here, and just pointing out a couple other notation bits, okay? This side equals this side. That's what a single hash means, okay? Notice that this angle equals this angle, okay? And then we can use 2 for the next group, 3 for the next group. Does that make sense? Okay? And so we can keep going up. There does exist a 4th tick, but at that point we jump to Roman numerals. Those are actually capital I's. Don't overthink that. We usually say tick marks, but if you need to go past 3, you just do IV, and then V, and so on. Yeah. Well, like if we were doing 2 equal quadrilaterals, I'm not going to try to draw 2 of them, okay? But I could say this one, this one, this one, and that one. Okay, you can just keep going down the Roman numerals. It doesn't come up a whole lot. L is 50, so no. All right. Anyway, just saying what happens after that if needed. All right. Ignore that. Actually, okay. In your books, page 194, because I did not recreate the diagram, so you guys have to look in your book. Page 194, we're supposed to determine if those polygons are congruent, okay? So you check all the measurements, they all match. You check all the angles, they all match, therefore they are congruent, okay? It's literally that simple, okay? Does everything match? The answer is yes, therefore yes. Does that make sense? Cool. All right, now there are different types of congruence with triangle. With triangle, we don't have to go through prove every side and every angle. For reasons you'll learn later, there are special cases of congruency, okay? And we actually prove those in geometry class, okay? But here are the main 3 you need to know, okay? You can have side, side, side. If you can prove all 3 sides congruent, you don't even have to check the angles. You know that the triangles are congruent. This only works for triangles. You have to, okay, does that make sense? These are shortcuts for triangles only, okay? So side, side, side is one of them. Side, angle, side, where you have an angle in between 2 sides. That tells you they're congruent. And then finally, angle, side, angle, if you have an angle or angles on either side of a side, and all 3 of those pieces are equal between 2 triangles, you're good, okay? It cuts down how much you need to check, okay? Very useful, especially in geometry. It's actually a big pain to prove that triangles are exactly like matching. But once we have shortcuts like this, it goes a lot faster. Okay, it's really easy to prove triangles congruent, which is a good thing because it's what we do most of the year. They're involved some way or the other. All right, any questions on this? Cool. So if you look at example B with me in page 195, again, it's not on the screen. Page 195, that first group there, notice that it's by angle, side, angle. We have 2 angles with the side in between, okay? The order of the letters matters, okay? So because we have a side in between 2 angles, we say it's angle, side, angle. It's in order, okay? So part A is by angle, side, angles. Do you see how part B is by side, angle, side? Because you have an angle in between 2 sides, okay? And then C, we say that they are congruent by side, 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 because we only measured the sides. All right, does that make sense? Okay, you guys following it? What part? Yes. Based on what's marked off in the diagram. So we know it's angle, side, angle because that's the 3 pieces that were checked. So we have the first angle equal, side equal, angle equal. Okay, here we have side equal, an included angle equal, and a side equal. Notice that they're in order, okay? If I had, actually it does work. If I had side angle angle, it does actually work, but that's not one of the ones we're talking about here. Okay, and then same with the sides up top. Does that make sense? Cool. All right, let's talk about similar. Similar polygons have the same shape, but they have different areas, okay? And so your sides are not going to be equal, they're going to be proportional. In other words, they would reduce down to the same fraction, okay? The angles will be equal, okay? Because remember, angles, we can draw the lines as long or short as we want, right? So the angles have to be equal, the corresponding sides are proportional in similar triangles, or similar polygons in general, okay? So the sides have to be proportional, the angles have to be equal. Now, we call that ratio the ratio of similitude, okay? That's the ratio of similarity, if you want to think of it that way. But the term is ratio of similitude. That's the fraction everything reduces down to. So notice that we have, in the red, we compared 2 and 4, they're 1/2. 3 and 6, that reduces down to 1/2. 4 to 8 reduces down to 1/2. We take corresponding part over corresponding part. That's where all that's coming from, okay? And it all reduces down to 1/2. If not everything reduces down to the same fraction when you compare all the sides like that, then it's not similar. Does that make sense? Look with me at example C on page 196. Okay? If you look at example C, in letter A, real quick, there is a shortcut for triangles because triangles are such special shapes. We found a lot of shortcuts for them. Okay? Triangles are amazing in geometry. In triangles, we can use something called angle-angle, where if we prove two angles are equal, we know they're similar, okay? You can't just use angles to prove congruency. You can do it to prove similarity, okay? So just like we had the capital versions for congruency, we have a lowercase version for similarity, okay? Lowercase means you're proving similar, so it's lower a, angle, angle. It's capital letters if you're using congruency. It seems like a fine detail, but it's important later, okay? So just get in the habit now, all right? So in example A, or example C, part A, excuse me, notice that we do have two angles, no problem, that are matching. So that means we have angle-angle. That means we have similar triangles. And the ratio of similitude is 5/3 because we have two sides there. Does that make sense? And so we just put 5/3 and we're done. The ratio is always given first triangle to second triangle, okay, or first shape to second shape, in whatever order you're given it. Okay, does that make sense? Look with me at example B, or part B, I mean. Okay, well, we have two rectangles. Okay, so then we look at the corresponding sides. Okay, well, in the first triangle to the second, it's 3 to 5, which doesn't reduce. The next one is 7 to 10, which also doesn't reduce. So I have different fractions. Therefore, these two rectangles are not similar. Does that make sense? If they reduce down to the same fraction, they are. If not, they're not. Okay, so qualifications for similarity are pretty simple. From what we've seen, corresponding angles are equal, but corresponding sides are... What? Why did they word it like that? So these would not be similar. I don't know why this is... You know what? No, I'm skipping that. I didn't make that. It's not my fault. All right. I just imported it. All right. So congruent polygons have to have equal angles and equal sides. Similar polygons takes equal angles, but proportional sides. Do we see the difference? Okay. Proportional means with the same proportion or same fraction. It all reduces down to the same fraction. Okay. Now, we can use similarity to find pieces in word problems. Yep, that's right. We're jumping straight into word problems, I think. Hold on. Is that today or is that tomorrow? Yes. Actually, nope. Just kidding. We're stopping there. Okay. I forgot I'm doing that part on Thursday. Tomorrow you guys have a quiz. I'm not trying to cover something new tomorrow. I announced that you guys had a quiz over 5.1 tomorrow. Yes, I did. Really? I can pull up the slide if y'all don't believe me. I'll go ahead and do it just because. Hey, look at that. There's a slide from yesterday. Okay, well, not my problem. All right, so I announced it and I told you. All right, your homework tonight then. Again, distance learners, this is not for tonight. That was just to prove to a student that I did, in fact, announce the thing. All right, so homework tonight. you guys have (5.2) numbers 1 through 19. So you're doing homework 5.2 numbers 1 through 19, and then again, quiz 16 tomorrow. All. Numbers 1 through 19, all. Yes, they are word problems, but they're review word problems. So they're not the new concept that I haven't taught yet. Yes.
We've reached page 200. We should like celebrate.
Woo! Okay. All right. Homework, page 199 to 200. There are word problems there. However, they're not from this section. They're review problems to keep you guys in practice.
I thought we were done with those. And then they're like,
No, we're never done with the word problems.
solve it.
Because they're the answer to the question, when will we ever use this? And I firmly intend to answer that question fully. Look, I didn't say that we're practical scenarios. They're just practical applications. There's a difference. All right, any last minute questions over the material? Yes. A side is a line, an angle is the arc. It's the little measurement of this thing. Hold on. Oh, hold on. I got to get back on the right thing. Can I not copy? Cool. So angles are represented by this little arc symbol here. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah, if you just see... Whoops, I want to erase all this. Why can't I find my cursor? So like, if you just see the first scenario, none of the angles are marked. They're there, they're just not marked. Yep. There's one angle, and the green one, there's two angles. Do you see how they're marked? So the actual angle is these two lines. We just mark it with the arc and the tick mark to make it more obvious. But the actual angle is just the lines here. So they're there even if they're not marked, but they're only equal if they're marked equal. Or they're only known to be equal if they're marked equal. Ignore this. What? No. No. What did I give? 5.2. This will be labeled as A on Google Classroom. That's only for me in the gradebook, so I know that there's an A and a B. Okay, so if you guys were wondering about that, that just means it's two parts, so I need to not have the same heading.
Are you taking my right away to be angry? Can you change the name on for us? Like right behind you, there's Mark.
All right, were there any other questions on the material? All right, distance learners, we'll see you guys later.
No one's talking but Aaron. Aaron, say your proposition. Do we have wipes in here? Do you have tissues? This is a little dirty, but it's okay. I know what's in it. Huh? Lavender cleaner. Nope, that's not how it works. I have my own proposition. You'll find out. If you guys don't talk, I will give you my proposition. If you talk, then I'm not even going to give you my proposition. That's how it's going to work. What's that?
Tyler and Aaron.
All right, tell me later. Tell me later. We got to do notes real quick. Real quick.
And whoever wins gets to start over.
Mr. Coral. Yeah, I have clamps. I clamp. I clamp. Yes, sir. No, not today. Soon, though. Soon, very soon. Yes, ma'am. I'll review before we have it. Is that good? All right, here we go. Pull out your notes, everybody. Welcome, distant learners. Throw your name in the chat. It's good to see you. I think everyone's already here. Look at that. Except Jezreel. Nope, Jezreel's here. Except Emily. Emily, make sure you throw your name in the chat so I can mark you as present or else you are absent. Okay, if you had homework, turn it in. It's good. It's fine. You'll be okay. If we want to open a window, we can open a window, but that's it. Huh? Ariana, you can open that window if you'd like, quickly. Chase, you can open this window a little bit if you'd like. It's 66 degrees. Yep. All right. Make sure you turn in your homework now or forever hold your peace. Yep, turn it in. Chase, close the blinds. Close the blinds. Everyone else, turn in your homework or else it will be late. John, put it down. You shouldn't have pulled it up. That's not how you put them down there, buddy.
They're waving at us.
That way, there you go.
They're waving at us.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I don't know what you want me to do about that. Quickly, I guess you could check. I don't know if you did it early or not either. I haven't seen it. All right. Once everyone turn it in, find your seats, pull out a pen or pencil, pull out the notes, put the masks on. We will pray and we will begin. Yes. Oh my goodness. I don't think I did. What page are you missing? I have an extra last page. I'm sorry, man. I can print out another one after class. Not right now. After class. All right, here we go. Quickly, ladies. It's not good. It's a good way to start off the semester. Well, you gotta find it. Did you put it in the wrong one? Yeah. I knew that. I already knew that, Chase. Shh. All right, here we go. Pull out the notes. We left off on which one?
14. We stopped.
Yep. Okay, we were talking about obviously the beginning of England. Okay, distant learners, if you need the notes, good to see you, Emily. Let me know. I can send them to you as well. Make sure you're turning in your homework. Emily, I believe I got yours already. Way to turn that in on time. Okay, but we're talking about the background of England. Obviously, we're getting more up to date to that 17th century. Okay, what we were starting to talk about at the end of last chapter with all those different countries. Now we're talking about Great Britain, England specifically. Okay, the next group that's going to invade England at this time. Now we're in like the late 800s, okay, early 900s. The next group, John, leave the blinds alone. Okay? No. Okay, maybe next week since we're probably going to have to move anyways. Because we can't handle where we're sitting, some of us. Some of us. Some of us can't handle it. All right, but the next group that invaded England are known as the Danes.
Hey, my brother's name is Dane.
He is. Maybe he invaded England, dude.
How do you know how my brother?
Because you've said it multiple times. Danes, and he played games with us the one time. Okay, the Danes were Vikings who began to invade England in the mid-1800s, or 800s, not 18, sorry, 800s. By 870, they controlled most of England outside of Wessex. Wessex being basically like the main part of England, the heart of England, okay, which would have been like the southern east coast of England, remember the little island area? Okay, you have Ireland on this side. Okay, the bottom of England on this side. Okay, that's where they would have not controlled. But all of Scotland, northern England, Wales, most of Ireland, okay, they did invade this area. Okay, until this man. Okay, so Wessex was like basically the only area left until this man arose. Everyone good? Jose? No, not Julius Caesar, man. That's a different time, different place. But it is Alfred, not Batman's butler. Alfred, at the age of 24, he became king of Wessex, since it was the only place left of the Englishmen. Okay, he became king of Wessex in 871 AD. He led his people against the Danes, and by 878, so about 7 years later after he became king, he achieved complete victory over the Viking invaders. Okay, so now he's not only king of Wessex, but he will be king of basically all the Great Britain area, England, Wales, Scotland, and he will be known as, okay, just like a lot of people when they conquer and they win, they become someone the great, you know what I'm saying? So we have Alfred, Cheyenne, you know what I'm going to say. Thank you. No, she's not on her phone. This time. She's been a lot better. In class, she's been a lot better. Not saying she's not on it. It's probably under her leg right now. But, okay, we have Alfred the Great. I said you were a lot better than in class, for the most part. You weren't done? I can go back. Alfred the Great, that is a real statue that is still in England today, in Wessex. I mean, it probably is, certainly for someone your stature. Joey, put your mask on, please. Certainly so you can hide the gum that you're not supposed to be chewing. There you go. You know, the masks help you sometimes. They help you. They help you, Micah. Okay, make sure it's on. Are we good now, Jasmine? Okay, moving on. He did become Alfred the Great, just like lots of people when they become conquerors or victors. Okay, they're like, hey, I'm the victor. Why not call myself the Great? I'm the great of something. So Alfred the Great, or a term like the Romans, they say Caesar or Augustus, okay, showing power. But Alfred the Great was a title given to Alfred because of his accomplishments. What was his main accomplishment? He conquered the who? The Danes. There we go, just checking your memory, short-term memory. Okay, he was the first great king of England and helped make it a nation state. Remember, at this time, it's just known as the British Isles. Okay, it's not a nation. Okay, I say those countries' names, but they weren't really countries yet. Okay, they were just the Isles, separated from the European mainland. Okay, through this time, Viking invaders, Norsemen, okay, other people came in and conquered that area. Okay, but now we have England becoming a nation state under Alfred the Great, which became the first great king of England. Okay, but some things he did. Okay, he obliged all able-bodied men to serve in the national army. He thought, first step to continue our kingdom. Okay, John, I don't know what you're doing, but stop it. Just sit there and do your notes. I don't know what you're doing. You're like leaning over, grabbing stuff. I don't know what you're doing. All right, but he said, hey, for us to remain, okay, we're a smaller nation, certainly at this time. We just want to battle. We don't want any more Vikings to come and raid our lands. Okay, so he thought, hey, we need to be strong. Okay, so he said every able-bodied person must serve in the national army. Okay, second, he laid the foundations of the great English Navy. Okay, what were they called before they're called England? I just said it. British Isles. Isles meaning like an island off the water. Okay, they're surrounded by water. A little country, multiple countries now, but a little country at the time surrounded by water. They said, hey, we need to have a strong navy, a strong defense. Okay, which will later on become very strong, which will make opportunities of trade in different countries all the way to India and China. Okay, but Alfred the Great is the man that laid these foundations of a great English navy. He promoted learning. Okay, they would no longer be druids or somewhat savages. Okay, they would know, okay, books, okay, how to do things like we learned, okay, in last chapter, how people grew their minds. We had the printing press, everything that happened during that time. Okay, they're going to learn. They're going to learn how to read and write. They're going to learn how to do different things, different works. Okay, he also kept a running account of current events. Okay, which means, again, they became a nation when he started recording history of their land. Okay, at that other time before this, they weren't really recorded. Were there people there? Probably. But again, they were more savages. Okay, they didn't really write things down. It was a dark age in England, as we've seen in other countries before. Okay, which brings us to this, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. That is a replica page of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. Okay, Alfred's running accounts of the current events. Okay, I just said he made a running account of current events in England. Okay, what was it called? It was called the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. Okay, it was written for hundreds of years. Okay, so it wasn't like, okay, here's your book, here's your chronicle. Okay, it was basically this large book, maybe multiple books. Okay, and they would just start writing, recording. All right, this happened this year. We recorded it. Then you have blank pages. All right, this happened this year. All right, this book's full. All right, chronicle number 1. Chronicle number 2. This is what's happening. This is what we can learn. All right, that's how these things work. This is how the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle worked. Okay, it wasn't just like a book that was like, all right, I wrote it and it's done. It was a continuous thing over 100 years. So probably many, many books. Okay, but this is going to bring us to another time. If you guys know anything about the Vikings, okay, when they are defeated, they return home. They basically have a bunch of kids again. They grow their armies again, and then they're like, hey, it's time to raid. All right, so they remember what happened to them last time they were in England, the Danes. Okay, so they are going to come back nice and strong. Under this man. Everyone ready? Good, good, good. What am I going to say, Chase? What am I going to say, Chase? I wasn't going to say that. Not yet, at least. All right, it is Canute the Dane. Canute the Dane. So this is like Dane 2.0. You know what I'm saying? This is Dane 2.0. Okay, Canute the Dane. Okay, this was the Viking invader who in 1016 became king of England. He ruled England, Denmark, and Norway as a great empire. Okay, so we see another Viking horde, basically, all these ships, their fleet, they came in. They not only conquered England, the British Isles, okay, but they also went across the English Channel and that body of water, the North Sea, into Norway, and Netherlands, and all these different areas, Denmark. Okay, and he conquered this large land. Yes, sir? Right there? Right there? One hand's probably holding, they usually did that during an ordination. They hold like this golden orb and then like this golden staff while they're being anointed. So it's like this.
No, but like it's like farther to the side.
Yeah, I know. Watch. One hand's like this. The other one's like this. It's like this. Cody, it's like this. Yes, sir. I mean, he didn't really rule for long. The Vikings didn't really last long. They didn't really know how to settle and grow. They kind of just like raided, inhabited, and then were defeated. That's kind of what happened. So was he a good king? I mean, he was a Viking king, so he's probably a little savage in the term of our history terms, not your TikTok terms. You know what I'm saying? Shh, Cody. Okay, this is going to bring us to William, the Duke of Normandy. Duke of Normandy. Where is Normandy? We talked about it previous chapter. Who said it? It is in France. We did talk about Normandy a while back. It wasn't a highlight of anything, but we did talk about that city. Okay, it was a main city in France. Okay, but William, the Duke of Normandy, he was known as the vassal of the King of France. What is a vassal? We talked about this as well in previous chapters. What is a vassal? Yes, sir.
Like a lord and feudal system. That's like when the king's like right-hand man.
Close, close. Anyone else know what a vassal is? Anyone remember? Chase is close. He would be a lord, but he wouldn't serve the king. Okay, he would become the king. Remember, for a short period of time. A vassal is basically someone of noble blood that would come in, fill the role of a king for like a year or two. Remember us talking about that? Is that coming back to anyone's minds? Probably not. Okay, we did talk about that. Okay, these people that served, or during this time, we have the Normans. The Normans, it's on the same thing, so I'm not moving yet. Okay, these are the Vikings who had settled in northwestern France. Northwestern France. Yes, we have talked about all of these a little bit because it deals with England. With his hoodie thing, it would definitely be difficult. I think his fingers are coming out of the hoodie. A little bit. All right, the Normans were the Vikings that invaded or settled in northwestern France. They came from the British Isles after conquering them under Canute the Dane. Okay, they went all the way across the English Channel because that's what Vikings did. They kept on liking to move and move and move, and they didn't like to settle. Okay, they went there, but then they said, wow, this place is really nice. Like, there's lots of gold, there's lots of stuff. We're going to settle here. The land was really good in France also. Obviously, I'm assuming none of you have been to France. I have never been to France. Really? You really have been to France? That's pretty dope. I'm not going to lie. Okay, but this is going to bring us to our next king. Our next king, Harold Godwin. That's such a kingly name. You know what I'm saying? Harold Godwin. King Harold. You know, it's like from Shrek. You know, the Frog King. You know, Fiona's dad or whatever. Harold. His name's Harold. No, I don't. I look nothing like him. All right, shh. Bring the voices back down. Okay, he was made king of England by the England nobles, even though William had prior claim. Okay, so during this time, there's a guy named William. Okay, he had the blood, he had the right, the birthright to the throne. Okay, but at this time, as England was growing, okay, the people, the noble families and everyone, they said, hey, we like this dude Harold. Have you seen Harold? Man, he got the best grades in his classes. Man, he was the top-notch athlete. Man, he was the greatest speaker. Okay, they were just like, dude, Harold is the man. Okay, so let's say Tyler is Harold and Chase is William. Okay, Chase has the right. Shh, no comments. Chase has the right. He has the kingly blood. Okay, but Tyler's just like, he has that charisma about him. You know what I'm saying? People are just drawn to Tyler. Okay, so we're all going to vote on king. Chase is like, well, I'm next in line. Shh. Everyone quiet. Cody, quiet. Put your chair down. Okay, Chase is like, I'm next in line anyways. I'm ready to be king. He goes to be anointed, and everyone's like, Tyler, Tyler, Tyler. All right, and Tyler becomes king. In this reference, Harold became king. Well, that's not how it worked, dude. He had the numbers behind him. If anything, you would have been assassinated, because then there wouldn't be a problem. All right, but because of this, shh, we're going to see something happen. You are close, Chase. He wasn't assassinated. Okay, but he was killed. Tyler, I'm sorry. You're killed. Okay, this is, shh, everyone quiet. Bring it back in. Drop back in. All right, that was just to have a little fun. Okay, this is going to bring us to a special battle we need to know. Okay, important battle in the beginning of England's history. Okay, so Harold Godwin, he's now going to be king. Okay, people are like, hey, he's going to be king. William, by blood, should have been king, so he's a little angry, right? Chase would be like you said, I'm going to assassinate him. All right, so we have the Battle of Hastings. Dun, 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 dun. Battle of Hastings. Destiny, shh. Chase, shh. Chase, shh. You would know if you wore lipstick or not, because you would put it on. So there you go. Okay, Battle of Hastings. This is where William sailed to England with an army of 10,000 men. And William, shh, everyone quiet. Yes, ma'am. Emma. Quickly. Write it down quickly. It was up there for a while. Should have got it down. Shh, Destiny, control yourself. Shh. If you need to go outside the classroom, you go outside the classroom for a second. No, you're fine. Joey, put your mask on. Are you good, Emma? All right, we have the Battle of Hastings. This is where William sailed to England with an army of 10,000 men. He defeated Harold's army and killed Harold. He killed his competition. He wasn't like, I'll be a merciful king. Okay, I know people wanted you, but now just acknowledge me. He said, no, I'm just getting rid of the problem. Okay, sorry, Tyler, you gone. Okay, you did. Yes, sir. All right, I don't want to hear it. It's the dumb question. Joey, question? Question, Joey? All right, moving on. Okay, because of this, William is going to be known as William the Conqueror. Go figure. He went and conquered. Okay, he went and conquered Harold. Are you okay there, Bella? Okay, so he's known as William the Conqueror. Jose, put away. Use it and then put it away. Yes. Don't give me that glare. Yes, ma'am. Wait till we're done with the notes. We're almost done. Just like I made Joey wait. You can wait. Okay, he's known from this obviously because of winning the Battle of Hastings, he became known as the Norman Conquest, or obviously William the Conqueror. Okay, something William's going to do to put in place, okay, in now his new land, since now he is king by conquering, by power. Okay, there's some things that he's going to do to control or keep basically tabs on his people. Okay, first he did a census. A census. Okay, what is a census? This is something we still have today, even in our country. A census is a count of the people and property. It's usually for tax purposes. Okay, shh, we did. Okay, remember, so this purpose, okay, did the people want William to be king? No. Okay, they didn't care about his blood or his birthright. Okay, they wanted Harold Godwin because he's like, he's so awesome, you know what I'm saying? Okay, but William became king. He knows people aren't going to like him, so what he does, he builds tabs on them. He's like, hey, I know where everyone is. I know where they live, okay, and I know what they have. I'm going to tax them accordingly. They're going to pay the king. Okay, and if they don't, you know those 10,000 men that just killed Harold, good old Harold that you loved over there, okay, that's hanging on the tree, okay, that Harold, that's going to be you if you don't pay these taxes. All right, so we see that through this. Sadly, he is an evil genius, yes. Okay, he also made this book called the Domesday Book, sorry, the Domesday Book. I think it's supposed to be Doomsday. I can't remember though. I think it's Domesday. It's like Domesday. Okay, this is known, or this is the results of King William's census of English property. It was completed in 1086 AD. Okay, just a few more notes and we are done. So make sure you're taking them down in case we do another notebook check. Yes, ma'am. It's basically the results of his census. So like his census, what he called it after it was completed, Domesday Book. It is. It was put into a book. So like the census we're talking about, a census is not like what it was called. A census is what it is. But he called his census after it's completed, where everyone is, everyone's name, how much they had, they called it that, the Domesday Book. The large book of all the people of England. Quickly, yes, I will quickly write it down. We got a few more to do, then we are done. Leave the blinds alone. Joey, put your mask over your mouth, please. Micah, put your mask on, please. Chase, mask on, please. All right, you good, Jose? All right, moving on. Okay, this is going to bring us to a group of nobles that was made under William, okay, known as the Witan. The Witan. Shh, Cody, don't look at the picture and point at it, but write the note so I don't have to go back. Okay, the Witan. Okay, what is the Witan? It's right up there for you. It is the British Assembly of Powerful Nobles. Okay, William, not William, this man named William, okay, abolished it and replaced it with the Great Council. Yeah, you're long gone now. Remember, you conquered a long time ago, Chase. You don't live 300 years. Sorry, man. Okay, shh. Destiny, quiet. Chase, pick that up and throw it away. Throw it away. It's right there in your book. Okay, the Witan, again, we need to know what it is. The British Assembly of Powerful Nobles. Okay, that's what it is. And then William abolished it and replaced it with the Great Council. What is the Great Council? That is our next note. Because she is. Powerful nobles. They ruled. Shh, guys. Control yourself. Okay, the Great Council. Okay, it was a council or body of people composed only of William's chief vassals. Again, vassals, as we said, what are they? No, that's what they can be. Okay, they are what Chase said. They are lords that can help the king or serve as king in place of king for multiple years. Okay, they're not usually more than 2 years unless the king appoints them to do it again. But yes, they're advisors, or if there's no king, they take the role of a king. That's what we had earlier.
Let me guess the next note. It's like you were in church.
No, what? What'd you do? How's it my fault? It's your fault for writing it down wrong. Okay, the Great Council is a body composed only of William's chief vassals. Okay, probably last note for today, and then we will be done. Hello, yes, sir. Yes, number one.
Number two, actually.
Number two, AJ already has it.
But he already
Okay.
Yeah, he used mine
Oh, that's weird.
this morning.
They must have forgot his or something. Okay. Sounds
Sorry.
good. That's okay.
All right, moving forward, probably last note for today. Then we'll talk about another king tomorrow. Last slide of today. There you go, Jose. All right. Okay, we have the Archbishop of Canterbury. Okay, this was the most influential church official in England at this time. Okay, as England is growing, okay, through these kings, through these people, now we have a powerful group of men called the Witan. William abolished it. Okay, under William, this ruler, you don't really need to know him completely. Okay, we have this Archbishop of Canterbury. Okay, he's basically not the Pope, but basically did the same thing as the Pope. Very respected guy of religion. Okay, he led religion. Okay, William began appointing church officials in England, including the Archbishop of Canterbury. It's pronounced Archbishop. I mean, it probably could be said either way. Just like either could be said either and either.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense to say either that.
Okay, that's the last note for today. For homework. Your guys' favorite thing. Can I borrow it? Oh yes, the proposition. Okay. The proposition. I gotta go off this.